Hey, so we should be back. So for some reason, the whole computer froze. Like I've actually never had this before. Like literally everything froze. There was absolutely no control. Um, well, I suspect my fucking GPU is. Oh, it's kind of. It feels kind of like a sick GPU. Like sometimes. Sometimes it's just choking. Um, okay, so mm, so here, let's try to get this stuff together. Oh no. Oh shit, so it froze again. Was it not? Mm. Mm, this didn't great update. I'm saying upgrade. Shit. Um, and here we have a module management, like. So this is the modules management, um, or module classes. Mm, and here we have the module assets. What? Mm, why is this not in? Mm, mm, come on. That's not what I want to do. What I want to do is get this out. Move this over here. So this area is going to be our resource management. Or send this back. Okay. I don't know. Just my GPU is I've always had like weird glitches and like sometimes I will get a black screen. Like I don't know. Sometimes it just fails, you know. But like this was the first time that I see this. But I don't know. Maybe with the streaming, you know, it has more stuff to do, so there's more stuff that can go wrong, I imagine. And since it doesn't seem very reliable, uh, yeah, right. Funny enough, like the only thing that was still working was the music, but this is why I suspect it was the GPU because I think maybe just the GPU froze, and like it was still the computer was still working, but I just couldn't see anything update on the screen. You know, is my theory. All right, so should I log this again? Yeah, I'm tired of increasing the size of this thing every time. Mm, I'm gonna need to put the ship asset in here. Mm, I guess it won't have a layout. And so right now we have maybe it would be better if this was higher and this was more over here, because basically this thing here, okay, let me mm. So right now how it works is you have a system that instantiates the player, I believe. Shell tool starts Unity again. Chat plugin wasn't working. I think it's working now. Yeah, but this thing like uh I don't know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's mostly useful for me to have it on OBS so that I can see both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So this is putain. This is a player shape entity. And the way this works right now is we have this thing here. So we have this player ship authoring. Hey Nix, how's it going? And so we are baking it like okay, so we're creating a new player ship prefab entity. Okay, and where are we using this? What the f... Oh, put this in here, motherfucker. What? Oh, we're using this only here. There's no way. Took the twins for vaccinations yesterday. They use heat, and I think we all died. It's time to start putting sunscreen on. I actually think I got some. I don't know if that's sun or not, but I have some weird red spots on my on my forearm as well. I think it is well worth the investment to invest in sunscreen. Is this your cat? Carry 9 Orion. Yes. Wait, what the fuck am I doing with this then? Did I not look for the right thing? Oh no, I was looking for the other one. No, I was looking for this. Was this not used anywhere else? Like, it has to be used somewhere else. How do we instantiate this thing? Um. Yeah, the cute. Mm. That's the. Yeah, that's the thing. All right, so what the fuck is happening in here? That's not a fucking reference to this, you motherfucker. Is it fucking dumb or what? Mm, Usually I don't know, but basically, yeah, we get very hot summer. But I wasn't here last summer, but it seemed like there was a lot of rain as well. It alternated between like rain and how do you say, like canicule, like overwhelming heat. Mm, Yeah, people seem pissed here as well. Yeah, heat waves. Yeah. Mm, yeah, so basically query this. Instantiate the prefirm. Cannot unzoom. Amazing. What? Fuck's sake. Where is it? Oh, here. Hmm. Can I? Wait. So what gets? No, it's the ship asset actually. No, not prefab. Back on the phone today, but it's almost done. Nice. Using the Illustrator, I was told to look at FontForge. It's like hieroglyphs to me. An open source bare bones thing seems to work, but on source with it. Yeah, I mean, if you know how to use something, then it's usually better to use that, unless you want to learn the other thing. For example, if I was doing my game with JavaScript, then it would already be done. That is probably not a very good idea in terms of performance. Although they did make Vampire Survivors with an HTML engine. Yeah. Usually in terms of performance, it's difficult to uh, get enough performance in JavaScript. Mostly because you don't have Well, mostly because the memory management is done in a way that you don't really control. I never use constructs. Mm, I think construct may be a bit more made for people who don't code too much, no? Not sure. They use it on mobile, it seems. Again, here also. Yeah. Yeah, Unreal blueprints are pretty nice. But my biggest pet peeve with it is like you can't do some you can't do everything that you can with the C++. Like, example, you can have like a static class. Implementing singletons, I think, is a bitch too. I never really did it, but it seemed too much of a pain. Mm. Yeah, I know you can write C++, and actually that's what you're supposed to do, is use Blueprint for mostly assets. Well, supposed to use blueprints for stuff that is going to, you're going to have to make a lot of tweaking to find the values, and so that's much better to you do in Blueprint because it's going to be easy to change because there's no compilation and all that. Mm. They did cheat GTA. That's so cool. I should be doing I should be doing that with my Vulkan C++ stuff. Try to make a GTA game with it. And when I see the showcase, it seems like you can do some pretty cool games. I fucking swear. My understanding was blueprints for prototyping and basic stuff. Code for more bespoke things, but I learned to visual design anyway. Yeah, for prototyping also definitely you uh, better use prototype blueprint because it's faster. Basically, anything that you need to iterate on fast, you should have blueprints for. But anything that is more, but anything that's gonna be performance intensive, you should have in C++. or systems that are more core, I guess. But yeah, Blueprint is mostly the goal is to have a system that you can uh, iterate quickly with, compared to changing code in C++ and having to wait for the whole compilation again. Mm, they have some official videos on the Unreal side where they talk about it, the difference. Yeah, I mean the showcase look good, and wait, they use JavaScript, combine blocks with JavaScript, and go further by adding JavaScript files. Take complete control. Okay, but is it JavaScript is like Blueprint, or is everything running with JavaScript? Scripting overview. It's all JavaScript, isn't it? Mm. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not gonna restart my project the fourth time, but yeah, I mean, working with TypeScript would have been kind of nice, actually. But at the same time, mm, I want to work with Unity also because, you know, my chances of success with this game are fairly low, so um, I'm also hoping that all of this work will help me get a programmer job in the industry, and so knowing Unity would help with this, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna keep some days, you know, to keep exploring some stuff. So for now, I'm doing C++ and Vulkan, but if I if if I ever finish that, then maybe I'll try a construct. But there's so many things that I want to do. I want to try to develop an overlay also, you know, for the stream. I actually started on Godot and it was quite fast, but I put it on standby because I need the fucking HTTP server to authorize with the Twitch API, which is a massive pain in the ass. Yeah, because it's fucking hot, so you have to get your token through a callback URL, and well, something has to be listening on that URL. So you need a server, which is stupid. mm, Doing this like this. Yeah. I'm afraid employers are going to see me design this health system and say, holy shit, not gonna hire this guy. God damn. Stats management. What the f... Uh, you don't fuck with it, but you've seen others. You don't fuck with what? Sorry, I lost track of the... oh yeah. Mm. Yeah, I mean, it would be... It would not be that hard if it wasn't... Well, it's not that hard really, but it's just a pain. Could be a lot easier. Just like having to run an HTTP server just to get a token back is a bit ridiculous. Certainly the ship is not the only thing that has a stats container. Yes, do this like this. Oh, this is kind of the French punk band. It's Kiemsa. Mm. Yeah, I can imagine. You're a big fan of Yell. Really. Mm. I only know her. Yeah, she was very famous because she did the viral one like yeah, I think it was Je veux te voir. Mm. I know YouTube is gonna fucking strike me with this shit. Damn it. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, we're not gonna watch it because then YouTube's gonna flag the video and I'm tempted to stop streaming on YouTube, honestly. I feel like no one's watching anyways. But the good thing is I get the VODs and there's no limit on it. Because Twitch doesn't keep stuff for more than 7 days. Mm. Yeah, I'm on YouTube as well. I think the only person that has ever watched... I think I've ever only had one viewer on YouTube. And he is not coming anymore because at some point I didn't have the YouTube chat and I didn't respond to him. Huh. Mm. Mm. YouTube lives are wank. I only get them when I'm scrolling shorts. Yeah, I feel like unless you have interacted with the channel, like you don't really get notifications or they don't pop up in your feed. And since I don't really have good content on the channel, yeah. Problem is making some good content like would take a lot of time. I would have to make proper tutorials and then you gotta edit stuff and like fucking editing takes forever. It's crazy. But it's also because for a moment I was thinking I'm gonna do every week I will do a summary in like less than 1 minute in a short of what I did. But it takes me like 3 to 4 hours to cut down all the footage that I got in the week. And yeah, there's no way I'm gonna do this every weekend, so I just dropped it. Mm. What's this like this? Mm-mm. Yeah, it's the opposite. Alright. Okay, so now we have this system that is working decently. No, the thing is, this thing is linked to this. Wait, no. This one is linked to this. Mm. And of course, this is now linked to this. So as a link here. Okay. And with a relationship like this. Probably want to do it like this and okay. So this thing has ship assets. And so for now the layout is still loaded from this thing. So this thing has a bunch of what is it, right? I think it's baked from here. And we add to a buffer of layout module slots. And so this has a reference to the slot entity. Let's go to position. Which is a float 2. And it's got the plug, the module. Which is an entity. Like it's float 2 is perfectly valid word for it, but entity no. Okay. But I believe mm, where do we have this? Is it on the ship? Or do we have a separate entity? No, we have a separate entity then. Because it's a child. It would work though if I had it over here. I think it would change anything. Mm. I would like to change the color of the text. What is this? Can change the color of the text? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is a premium function. Is this not taking this in? Mm. Mm. Is it a time? Yeah. Ah. Mm. 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 Okay, so this one is still expecting module assets. So I think it would be useful to synchronize them. Mm. How's this? Fuck's sake. You know what would be helpful is a bot that can detect this. I can probably configure the stream elements one to do this. I don't understand the thing. Like, tells me everything is set up, but Then I just have to do it later and back, like, what? And of course I just fucked up all my dogs. Let's go. Okay, so Right, so where are we going with this? So we have this part. This part here is most likely settled. Mm, and we got this working as well. So right now we would like to make sure that this thing here is going to update properly with the content of what's in our ship entity. Mm, I would like to have this list here. Be managed in here, I think. Hey, T-Westcat, how's it going? Mm, 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 mm. There's gonna be a point where we're gonna want some logic to unlock upgrades. Like, not all upgrades will be available. I think it's gonna depend on the modules that you have. But for the modules, I think there will be no restriction. What's the name of my game? So far I call it Void Survivors, but I don't know if that's gonna be a definitive name. Yeah, name is definitely not final. Mm. Wait, what? How does this have a list? Oh, it's a manage component. Um. Nice. Would you like to see the game? I don't know if I can run it right now. I might be in a broken state. So it's going to be some kind of mix between a roguelike, kind of roguelite as well, because I want to have at least unlockable ships. I don't know about like progression, like you get bonus stats and that kind of stuff. Like I'm not sure I'm gonna do that, but I want you to be able to get new ships so that you get some new stuff to play with, you know. And so the way it's gonna work is you're gonna have your ship like this, and there's gonna be a bunch of enemies. So right now the weapon is not working because I'm not sure why. Probably it has 0 damage. But so here I have 4 machine guns that are mounted on this ship. And so it's too bad I cannot kill enemies because that means I also cannot level up. But yeah, I mean, if you know how survivors work, that's it. You try to survive, you kill them, you get some experience in this bar down here, and when it fills up, you'll get some level up stacks. Then you can open a UI to pick either some ship modules. And so your ship is going to have layouts with some slots that are connected or not. And in these slots, you will be able to add some new weapons, but you will also be able to add modules that change how your weapons work, like maybe they change the damage type and that kind of stuff. Change the damage type, get some buffs, I don't know, like, but basically there's gonna be adjacency mechanics where connecting a module will give bonuses to the modules that are connected to it, you know. And on top of that, you will have the normal upgrades. So basically, when you take a level up in the UI, you will have the option to pick between 2 modules, and you will have a bunch of upgrades as well. So far, that's how I want to do it. And later on, hopefully, there will be some random missions on the map. Probably a shop also for modules and upgrades. I want to have like some special shops where you can have better upgrades, like stuff that's kind of overpowered. And the way that you're gonna get currency for these shops is to go around the map and like do some like short missions, like I don't know, maybe you have like a lab and you have to defend it or something like that. Maybe you have a planet that is getting swarmed by enemies and you have to defend it, or maybe there is like some bounty hunt where you have to chase a specific ship and kill it. I don't know yet how that's gonna work, but yeah. The goal is to have some interesting stuff to do on the map also, and yeah, that you want to do it because it's gonna allow you to get some really overpowered shit, basically. Starting to be a lot of enemies here. And yeah, so right now I'm working on the whole ship module system, which is basically the meat and the core of the game. And yeah, it's a pretty complex system. And I could cache it, like I don't need to have this here. It could be a static as well. Mm. Okay. Okay. Right, so there is a point where our player is going to be set. The ship asset gets loaded, and then we synchronize the layout. Yeah, so I think at this point, I'm gonna have a public void synchronize available modules ECS, and so here we're gonna do Alright, and here we create our layout from the layout module slot components on the ECS side. So I'm wondering if I want this to be how you construct ship layout. We don't need this anymore. I'm gonna keep it around though because this code might not be working right now. Mm. Okay, so I think all of this is still valid. Um, However, our plugged module here so we're getting the slots and mm, yeah, so I need to create the proper ship layout modules from what might already be in there. Mm. And I guess that means mm, checking if we have a ship module. Let's see how this is done here. See, so here I have a machine gun that is in this slot. So it means mm, can I see the baked one? Okay, yeah. Alright, so let's take a look at this. It's runtime. Yeah, so I guess at runtime I don't really have. No, I do. My bad. Okay. I do, and at the same time, I do not have this info. Unless, yeah. Should I have it though? Like right now I cannot. Oh wait, no, I can. This is a module for that. Okay. Yeah, because this is just a buffer element. I should rename this to be. Yeah, I guess that's just gonna be much clearer. The only difference between this and this is that this thing is supposed to be in an array, and so it has to be a buffer element. And so here, what I want to do is check what's in value that plugged module. And so if this is not null, it's not entity.null. This is an entity, right? Yep. Mm. Can I get the... Yeah, I need to get a reference to the ship module assets of this thing. And right now I am not sure we can do that. We do have this, which is how we identify stuff. Mm. And so what I could do is have a dictionary. Can have a public static dictionary of module type. Should I calculate the hash from this? Can I do this? I could calculate a unique key from it. Just like module type times 1000 and just add the value of the other type, I guess. Maybe let's try to do that. So where is a module ID? Pretty sure it's yeah, in here, no? No, no. In here, yep. We have a toString, but yeah. I wonder what it returns. What would the base one return actually? See what that does actually. Can I test this in interactive? Of course I don't have. Can I do? No. Okay, I don't have access to much stuff in here, but you know what? Can probably just do this. Fuck. Okay, but this is not gonna work anyways. Because the thing is, I want it to be dependent on module type, so that means... Okay, you know what, let's have this thing here. I can't really do that because I don't know the type. I wanted to return the subtype, but could return it as an int, I guess. Shit. Mm. No. Module type equals module type dot weapon. And so here we're gonna return get module subtype times 1000 plus yeah, no. Okay, so with this we should be getting a Unicache code. Mm, I just want to return to have I can do this, right? I can? Yeah, I like that. Mm, I don't really understand this read-only stuff. Mm. Alright, so now we can do a dictionary. So this is gonna be an int. And here we're gonna have our module, ship module assets. And this is going to be module actually I want to do this like this, module ID to assets. And I'm gonna have the public static int ship module assets. Module ID to asset, and it's just gonna return this. All right, and so okay, we're not iterating here, so I guess I'm just gonna do it here. Don't like that this is not explicit. Yeah, and so here we're gonna fill our dictionary by doing just module ID to asset, module asset that ship module ID that ID because module asset. It's a bit strange, but we have ID 2 times, but yeah. This is a smart ID, and this is a dumb ID. Could call this unique ID as well. It's called this UID. Oh, as long as we don't have 1000 modules in the same type, we won't have collisions. And yep. It's very unlikely that we're gonna have 1000 modules of each type. Because I already made calculations that if I have even just like 9 modules, this is already like there's already on a ship that has like 28 slots, there would be like 5 million combinations of builds that you can do, something like that. So yeah, we're not gonna have 1000 modules. Well, it's possible that we're gonna have like I don't know, at least 10, 20, something like that. So there should be a lot of variety. There should be an infinity of builds that you can do. But of course, like when I say 5 million, it's a crazy number, but a lot of these builds don't make any sense, you know. Probably half of them. But still, that still leaves quite a lot of decent builds. Alright, so I'm getting distracted by myself. So what we're trying to do here is make sure this thing gets synchronized properly with the ECS side. So ship manager. So when the slot is created from the buffer element, if we have a plugged module in, we need to retrieve. We want to create a ship layout module. And we're gonna use the ship module factory to create the module from. Right, I need the reference to the assets, which we can now get from ship manager, the instance that module. No, wait, no, it's static, right? Module ID to asset. And this is gonna be value plug module that oh yeah, right. Yeah. I need to access the component, of course. Yeah, because this is an entity, so let me do this like this instead. So this is the module entity. If we do have a module entity, then I need an entity manager. To get a hold of our component data. Ship module ID. All right. Hopefully that's gonna work. Okay. I was afraid it's gonna blow up something else. Okay. And then we set our plugged module to be the installed module. Or should I call the install? Yeah, I should call the install because it's the same thing, but it does well, it does what it's supposed to do when you get a new module. Install the installed module. Hey, it's Supersonic. Yes, I am making a game. I'm making a. Why? I don't know, man. Because it's cool. Fame, fortune, woman, yeah, all of the above. Nah, I don't know. I just, yeah, I just feel like it's very interesting. You know, it combines so many different disciplines into one, and I'm someone who likes to explore in many creative disciplines like this. So yeah, that's something I like to do. And yeah, hopefully it will work out, and you know, then it will be for fortune as well. Mm. Okay, let's call this. Touch module. Yeah. My Russian. Why does everyone think I'm Russian? No, I'm not Russian. I'm French. Actually, I know why. I sound like a Russian mafia boss, really. Like, I don't think that's why you would think this. mm, okay, and so when I do install this, so now when I call this, what's going to happen? Mm, is this? Ah, shit. This creates an entity that's not good. Yeah, because in this case I will already have the entity existing. And so I definitely don't want to create another one. Maybe I can pass it in as an optional. It's not a constant. Can I do this though? Okay. The question, however, is what does this return? Yeah, I can't. Is there no way for me to use this thing with like my project's namespaces? It's a bit annoying. We'll say if existing entity is not entity null, then we use the existing one, otherwise we create. And so in this case, we're gonna be creating a projectile weapon module. And I think here I need to call this, maybe? I can't. What? The base class is this, is not it's not ship layout module, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, I don't need to do this actually. Mm. I override it already? Ah. What a banger this song is. Alright, we're already doing this. No. Actually, we don't need to pass this in. What we need to do though is to say module entity. Really, it should be void. It should be void and maybe the crate should still return it. Oh. Yeah. I guess it makes more sense. I mean, we're just gonna do this. It's weird if I set it at the same time as I return it. If it returns it, then it's not setting it. It's not having side effect. Okay, so it should get created and updated. Well, yeah, of course, in this case it won't be created, but now we should have the link that makes it so that basically we're going to update the stats of this weapon from the ship stats, the slot stats, the module stats, and yep. I mean, it's not gonna work just yet because I have a few things to define in both of them, but at the same time, some stuff has to be wrong in here, I think. Okay, so it's weird that I have this, but I also have this, which is going to pick between the ship stat or the module zone stats. And right now, this is gonna pick it based on if we have a stat ratio, then we take a ratio of the ship stat. But if we have, or if we don't have the stat on the module, then we just get the value from the ship. Which I'm not sure if I want this actually. Because usually the ship stats won't map 1-to-1 with the module stats. Well, like the ship stats are always going to be bonuses to modules, the ones that do map. But the thing is, I want stuff like damage to be a ratio of the ship stats. And it's the module that has to define it. Let's see if we even have what we need on this module asset. We have the base stats, we have the ship stat ratios. I feel like only the weapons are going to have stats actually, not all modules. So I'm tempted to move this over here, but it's possible the utility will need some stat as well. For example, shield might have a stats. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, it's likely they're gonna have stats also. Hmm. Yep. Okay, so technically we have what we need. Now the thing is, I don't want this stuff to just be empty every time I create one because it's gonna be a fucking pain in the ass. Hmm. Oh shit, what do I do? I really hate doing this initialization stuff. Oh, I'm just stupid actually. Yeah. Yeah. So suppose it's like this. Please tell me it's like this. It's not. Great. That's actually kind of weird. It's actually weird. Can I override the value in here for base stats? Well, not, yeah, base stats. I think if I rewrite it like this, it's just gonna shadow it. Or maybe it won't let me do it. Yeah. Yeah, it's shadowing it. I guess I could use life cycle to do that. But no, I can't actually. When is this running in scriptable object though? It would help if I could type. It's created. Um. Yeah, actually, that's what I want. Hey Jen, how's it going? You are up early, aren't you? Um. Yeah, we're gonna want to define a lot of stuff. Basically, all this. Yeah, I'm good. Like, um, I feel like I'm making good progress on this. I mean, Rock and Stone is all of what most of us indie devs are going to get, so. Well, apparently, I already got the woman. 'Cause literally all of my viewers that are coming back are women. Mm, so I guess I'm just gonna grab this. Why you should stop coming back? It's not a problem. It's just given that I'm doing. Given that I'm making a development stream and that there is very little women in programming, I wasn't expecting that most of my viewers would be women. Mm, where the fuck am I? That's not ship module. I need to use this more often. Here we go. So Okay, no, let's not do this. Okay. Well, in my school, actually, let's do this. Yes, not gonna just work, but yeah, in my engineering class, oh, I did like master in IT, and I think we had a class of probably like 40 people, something like that. There was 3 women. Mm. You're usually fixing what the fellas broke. You mean in teaching or the other uh in the web stuff that you do? Mm. So I guess can I do this? Yes. Yeah, so I don't want these. And I wish I was the Primogen right now. Just that. Oh, yeah, something I didn't think about is these are classes and. Yeah. I don't think I'm just gonna be able to do this. Web things. Yeah, so I guess you're all in tech as well, kinda. In different ways. The Red Bull. Mm. It's actually okay with this. Hmm. That's weird. Hmm. Yeah, this is supposed to be float even. Hmm. Well, you're gonna like this one, Jin. I mean the music. Oh yeah. Mm, okay. To an extent. Were you talking about the music? Yeah, so the last one is damage type, and so basically, we are not going to define the damage here, but we're going to have ship stat ratios. Like so. Mm. Name so damage type by default will be kinetic. I'll go for 10. Cause why not? Could be anything here. Mm. Yeah. Really a masterpiece, this one. Yeah, I hate it. I cannot duplicate lines like in VS Code in this stupid Visual Studio. Literally, I have to cut it and then copy it. Mm. Oh, I know these are ratios. So no, only damage is a ratio. It's kind of weird to have this. Mm. Okay, I guess it's not that weird. Hmm. Thing is, kind of want to ensure there is a synchronization between this and this. That's why I don't like how I did this. I don't like that this get stat here is doing a lot of work. It's being too smart. I feel like something better would be to get this out and yeah, my wheels are turning faster than yesterday, which is a good thing. Yesterday, I went to see the football game with some friends, and then we played League of Legends till like I don't know 2 a.m. Then took me 1 hour to fall asleep, and then I woke up at 8, so I slept like 5 hours. And it was painful, and my brain was kind of useless. mm, Um, getting a bad 5 is a bit rough. Especially, I assume you were helping out with something outside, like you had to drive there or something. Oh shit. You are a good friend. Mm, I feel like I might want to have this interaction stuff over here instead. Like so. I feel like maybe I want to rename this. And it's gonna be. Hmm. Mm, mm, damn. With the chainsaw and all. This is the true countryside life. We actually had some floods here recently. Like there was some really heavy rain, and basically anyone who's got something underground, like caves and or basement stuff like this, they always get flooded. But I'm lucky I don't have any of this. Mm. Well, I can probably just do this. Mm. It's crazy hot now. Yeah, for us as well is well. Apparently, we have a few days where it's crazy hot, and like like tomorrow is gonna be it's gonna be summer is over already. um, what's this return? Tons of fruit. Okay. Mm, mm, um, well, actually, that's you know, why am I removing this? God damn it. Mm, no, no. What did we not put? Be added, be overridden. Oh, no, sit. Be overridden does not matter actually, so maybe I should. Yeah, it's fun like this. I'll just get rid of it. But we could have also this. Mm, and that's helpful if I have the stats as percentages that start at 100. But if I have them as bonuses, it's not correct. Yeah. I'll just do it like this. I think we really need this. Um, yeah. So this should work even if this returns null. Actually, do I even care about this? No, I don't. This was used to know if we have the stat or not, but yeah. So if the stat doesn't exist, we're gonna get -1 from this, I believe. Yeah. Mm, might want a warning for it, but at the same time, it depends on the type of this stuff. Well, the only case it doesn't matter is this one, though. Let's have a boolean then. Actually, I don't need a boolean, but at the same time, I like to have useless booleans because it allows you to name your conditions. So you can just read the name instead of trying to understand what the fuck's going on. Mm. No, not. mm, mostly what I want to know is this. Which module it happened in. So we can use the module assets, dot name. Okay, and let's get rid of this. Hopefully I'm not gonna realize that this is bullshit and I need to do it completely differently. But yeah, I'm afraid if I am modifying things properly here. I guess it's okay. It's okay, but it's kind of weird. The goal of this whole stats plus modifiers thing is to well, part of it is to track what is modifying the stats so that I can display it in the UI. Because like by having the stats and the modifiers separated, then I will be able to know what is applied to what. But yeah, at the same time, since I want to have stuff that works as ratio as well, I kind of have to do this and just define how these stats interact. I think most of the time we're gonna use this, which does make it work like this, mostly. I'm gonna have to test this out. and make sure it works as I think. I think most of the time we're gonna do this. Maybe sometimes we want just the module stats, and for the damage we're gonna take this. This part of the song makes me think of like Jack Black and like the Pick of Destiny. The song. What is the song? It's the greatest song in the world. Oh, it's tribute. Right. Wait, what? I know here I just want to. I can do it actually. I can trick it. I just need to type this correctly. Get my Ulstead value. Oh, I didn't, Huh? Wait, what? Why is it not renaming it? I fucking hate Visual Studio, I swear. It's probably the shittiest code editor I've used in my life. I need to look into no, not Project Whale. Why does it have a loader while it's already done? Oh shit, this isn't right. Okay. So this is all good. We have an error. What's going on? Like, is this? I have a good one of this. Nice. Oops. This one is fucking epic. Do we need this? Like, just God, can you please stop unlocking this shit? Please fucking kill me. Yeah, they actually did quite a good job with this tribute song. Even though it is a parody, it is a pretty good song. So typically me. We don't need this shit. So from above. It's a bit awkward, but this is kind of useless now. Yeah, there's still a whole question of how we're gonna make it so that upgrades only apply to certain modules. I think we figured it out in the schematic, in the UML. Alright, so that should be decent. Probably what? Oh yeah, because the ship is supposed to define these main types. The crude noise of frustration. Of Shaman's Harvest version of Dirty Diana. I don't know this. Ooh. Mm. Yeah, it's supposed to be added, so it should be defined. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We'll be defining the fire damage as well. No, I mean the elemental damage. Maybe, yeah. I guess the crit damage modifier should not be added together. Hmm. No. Yeah. I have a very large playlist. Like, yeah, it's almost to 1,500 songs. Recently, I like to listen to Little Big. The songs are a bit crazy. This one especially. Yeah, I know My Name is Human, but I highly suspect that's one of my favorites ones. And it's already in there. Uh, shit, where's it already? Human. My Name is Human, yeah. It's right here. Oh yeah, see the stuff that is from 2012, so it's been building slowly. Yeah, started in February 2012. Well, I could drive for 4 days without stopping. That would not be advisable though. For sure, I would end up in a tree before the playlist stops or runs out. Mm, I'm gonna put this one. Mm, shit, I forgot. Yeah, so we have assets now. Mm, Probably gonna need to recreate what I have in here. Yeah. Yeah, I probably want to rename this also because it's not just gonna be. Might not be just a model. Yeah. Not going to create problems. Should create problems now. This is looking so good. You mean the code? Am I crazy or it got that bag by itself? Which is really strange. I guess I lost the reference because I renamed it, but and when I renamed it back, it was able to do the link again. That's yeah. Why do we not have base stats in here? Oh, because it works on the creation. Um, of course, I don't want this to run at any other time because it would be a bit sad if you create your thing and it overrides everything for some reason. Okay, why do I have this also? This is really bad. Mm. It's been 3 hours, a bit more. Okay. I don't think we want this actually. Yeah, this doesn't exist. This is like an abstract class basically. Can I make it abstract actually? Alright. Really going to need a custom inspector for this. Because what I want is to put all the damage typed ones together. Like all the kinetic would be together, all the energy would be together, and probably also I want to draw this in a way that like you have a shield and you have a value like side by side. Because this kind of sucks right now. I feel like it's gonna be pain to write this though. There is an asset that I should probably try out. I can try it for free. Really? There's no Google sign-in? Oh! Hate this. Who doesn't have Google sign-in in 2024? Mm. Alright, 90-day trial. Okay, that's cool. The validator too. Okay. Yeah, I should have sent an email. A bit of profanity in this song. Okay, I have an account. Now what? Are we going to send an email or what? Okay. Okay. I shouldn't have clicked always on this. Okay. Well, I guess the end of stream is going to see if we can do a nice inspector with this. And from what I've seen in their presentation video, this thing seems pretty useful. I don't like to use third-party stuff too much, but this one does seem like it brings a lot to the table. And hopefully they have a nice API that is not too much of a pain in the ass to work with. Let's see. Okay, so it does come already with some data structure. Oh, that's interesting. Ah, documentation going to for overall stats grades. Mm. Let's see what they have in tutorials. That's probably gonna be a bit easier to get started with. So I'm importing it right now. Mm-hmm. Um, I'm gonna wait for it to finish installing and we're gonna commit to what we have. We need to add some stuff. We're using Odin Serializer and now building two AOT platforms. And it's advisable to ignore the contents of the plugins AOT folder. This may contain generated DLLs for IoT compatibility that you want to try. Okay, yeah. All of Odin's demos are located in Unity packages, so users can at any time unpack them and have them locally on their machine. So there is no need to include the unpacked demos in your repository either. Keep the demo packages. Okay, well I'll just choose what they give us. Why do I not see the gitignore in here? That's some other bullshit from Visual Studio, isn't it? Yes, it's supposed to be here. But of course, you don't see it because it would be too simple if it was reflecting your actual file directory structure. No, it has to do some weird ass shit where it's separating everything in whatever this is. Did I say I hate Visual Studio yet? What's this? If you're only interested in Odin's editor capabilities and don't want the Odin serializer to become part of your build, then you can either download or pre-configure editor-only mode, build, or navigate tools. Okay. Okay, so I mean, so far, yes, I want just the editor, but the serializer might be helpful as well. Enabling editor-only mode will prevent almost all of Odin from being included in your builds. The only Odin code that will be included is the small containing only the attribute definitions. If you are using EL to CPP, many of these attributes will likely be removed during Unity's code stripping step. You're still able to use Odin's serialization system in the editor. Okay. Okay. I mean, we probably want this. I guess it's useful to have it if we base our saving system with it, which we might do. Modules. The module system was added to Odin 3.0. Very simple minimalistic package system that is meant to solve several long-standing challenges that Odin has faced since its original release. So I'm gonna have another package manager for... It's a package manager inside of a package. Packageception. Module is a small collection of files that knows about the dependency it requires to functions. It can intelligently prompt the user to activate it, or it can automatically activate itself, depending on the user's settings. When the dependencies that the module needs are detected to be present, and will also prompt the user to deactivate the module, or again, automatically do so if its dependencies should be removed at some point. Such modules make it easier for us to craft custom support for various Unity packages or larger version-dependent features going forward. As a user, your main experience with modules should be minimal, and how much you notice them is up to how you configure the global module settings. Okay. Okay, so what's inside?
So you're thinking about buying Odin Inspector and Serializer. You've heard good things. Maybe you've taken a look at the website, but you're not sure if it's for you. So let's do a little unboxing and see what you get out of the box with little or no coding. If you want to skip ahead or see something in particular, there are timestamps in the video description below. Odin is downloaded and installed like any other asset. You can purchase it directly from the Odin Inspector website or from the Unity Asset Store. Once it's added to your project, you'll be greeted with a pop-up window that'll connect you to various tools and documentation. Everything you need is at your fingertips in an easy-to-read package. Odin will do a few things for you right out of the box before you have to type a line of code or dig into the manuals. One of those things is that Odin reformats lists in the inspector. It goes from this to this. Better looking, but it still feels very much like Unity. Elements can be added to this. Tools and Odin reformats lists in the inspector to type a line of code or dig into the manuals. One of those things is that Odin reformats lists in the inspector. It goes from this to this.
Oh, okay.
Better looking, but it still feels very much like Unity. Elements can be added to the list by
Yeah.
pressing the plus button at the top or by dragging elements
That is
onto the list
already an
header.
improvement.
As part of this reformatting, the list can be reordered by using your mouse. For some applications, this can be a huge time saver. On all the fields that hold a scene object or a project asset, you'll see a little pin icon. Clicking on this will bring up a pop-up inspector for that
Unity can
object.
do that as
This
well.
saves time and makes it far easier to modify that object. Fewer clicks, and if you want to continue editing the original object inspector doesn't change. Serializable dictionaries. This is the feature that convinced me to buy Odin, long before they hired me to make videos.
Again, the
As you may
fucking
know,
dictionary
Odin doesn't
issue.
serialize dictionaries, so you can't use them to store data unless the data is fully generated at runtime. Of course, there are ways around that, but they tend not to be very elegant. So with one addition and one small change to your mono behaviors or scriptable objects, you can serialize dictionaries and use them to their full potential. And of course, adding,
Okay, maybe I
removing,
should
or
have
editing
added
key
this
value
asset
pairs is
before.
a breeze to do in the inspector. Odin throws in a few smaller changes as well. Enums go from this to this. Plus, with the Odin inspector, the enums have a search bar, which is great for things like keycodes or
Wait, but-
other. Odin or editing key value pairs is a breeze to do in the inspector.
Okay.
Odin throws in a few smaller changes as well. Enums go from this to this. Plus, with the Odin inspector, the enums have a search bar, which is great for things like keycodes or other enums with lots of values.
Yeah, that's nice.
Flag enums also get a visual upgrade, from this to this. And just for good measure, Odin allows developers to uniformly scale a vector in the inspector by dragging back and forth on the label like so. With any game, you're going to end up with static classes, static fields, and static methods. They're super useful, but they can be hard to debug, especially those static fields. Did the value get set? What is the value? You can hack your way around it, but with the static inspector, you can see all the static fields for a class
that
and
is
even call or
really
invoke
nice.
static methods. There's so much good stuff here in the static inspector, we're going to be doing a separate video just on the static inspector
yeah.
itself. For an awful lot of game genres, you're going to need some form of database, maybe several databases depending on your genre. This could be for weapons, level settings, enemy stats, or even style and color information. Unity provides scriptable objects as a way to store this data. When those are combined with Odin, you can make designer-friendly databases quickly and easily. The RPG demo is included with Odin and just needs to be unpacked. The RPG demo shows great examples of storing data for armor, weapons, and other items in scriptable objects. It does so in such a way that they are easy to create and easy to maintain. Odin can save hours and hours of work in the creation of custom inspectors with the addition of a few attributes. I personally have been able to get rid of custom inspector scripts that were 100 or 200 lines long in exchange for 10 to 20 lines of attributes. The code is easier to read and easier to maintain. When you start to dig into Odin a bit more, you'll want to look up what attributes do and how to use them. That's where the attribute window comes in so very handy. It's clean, simple, and easy to understand. The attribute examples window gives you a simple example of each attribute and divides them up into easy to understand categories. There are examples of implementing each attribute as well as examples of the results of the attribute. You can also copy the code straight from the example into your own code. So there you go, a brief tour of what you get out of the box with Odin. This is of course
Yeah,
just the beginning
that
of what
sounds
Odin has to offer to
pretty-
you in your game. And once again, don't just take my word for it. If you're on the fence about purchasing Odin, drop by the DevDog Discord or
Just how much is this already? It's like $55, I think. One-time fee. $55 one-time fee. That's pretty good value, I would say. I'm not getting the validator for this price, but I don't know what the validator is. Might be useful though. Okay. Yeah, I feel like for the price it's pretty good value.
In this video, I'm going to walk through step by step how to turn this into this. In the process, I'm going to make a nicer looking inspector that is also easier to use. And I'm going to do it without a custom inspector script. It's all going to happen with just a handful of attributes
Shit.
from Odin Inspector. The game manager that I've created here has some fields that could be used in a wide variety of games, such as game state, turns remaining, UI objects for different game states, music, sound effects, enemy data, and enemy spawn points. I've also added some basic functions to play music and sound effects, as well as handle or deal with the change of state of the game itself. If you'd like to follow along, you can download the Game Manager script from a link in the video description below. To start the makeover, I need to add the Syrinx.OdinInspector namespace to access the Odin attributes. With that done, I'll add a box group attribute to visually group some fields together. I'm going to call the group GameStateInfo. I'll add this attribute to both the game state and the turns remaining. With the grouping attributes, it doesn't matter if the fields are all grouped together in the script. Odin will group them together in the inspector. However, within that group, Odin will put them in the same order as they are in the script. Now already this is looking better, but we can go a couple steps further, particularly with the GameStateEnum. Adding the attribute enum toggle buttons turns the enum from a dropdown to a set of toggle buttons. This combined with an onValueChanged attribute allows you, the developer, to not only see the value in the inspector, but also change the state to test the functionality of your code. The onValueChanged attribute, in this case, will call the function stateChange if the enum value is changed in the inspector. The function uses a switch statement to run different code based on the value of the enum.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Fields such as game state and turns remaining may be best utilized if they are static fields. If your design requires or works best with static
it's gonna
fields,
make it really
you can
easy
add the
to do what I
additional
want,
attribute
actually.
of showInspector to get access to the fields in the inspector if they are private or if they are static. Now, I just love tabs. They clean, tidy, and organize the inspector very quickly. Just like other group attributes, the tab group requires just a name. In this case, the names will control which fields are shown together in which tab. I'm going to
What does
show
this show
inspector
in
required state
inspector
and
stuff?
best within the inspector if they're. You can add the additional attribute of showInspector to get access to the fields in the inspector if they are private or if they are static.
Oh.
Now, I just
Oh, you
love
can do it
tabs.
for
They
static.
clean, tidy, and organize the inspector very quickly. Just like other group attributes, the tab group requires just
Why
a name.
is Unity not doing
In this
this by
case, the names will
default?
control which fields are shown together in which tab. I'm going to add UI, music, as well as sound effects tab group attributes to the corresponding fields. And the results are pretty great.
Okay.
With these fields tidied up, let's add a little more functionality. All of the UI objects are going to be required, and they need to be objects that are currently in the scene. We can force this requirement by the addition of two attributes, scene objects only and required. These can be added on separate lines, or they can be added inline, like so. Adding attributes inline is not limited to these two attributes and can be done with any attribute. But doing so is a matter of personal preference and style of how you like your code to look and read. Now, I don't know about you, but sometimes my scenes can get pretty crowded and it can be hard to find a given object. You can of course search the scene, or with Odin you can click the pin icon to bring up an inspector. But sometimes you want to find the actual object in the scene and you want to do it pretty quickly. So I've added a simple select canvas function to my game manager that will select a given canvas object in the hierarchy. Then, with the inline button, we can call this function for each of the required canvas objects in the game manager. Pretty slick, pretty handy. Next, let's move on to the current music clip field. I'm going to add a space attribute to add a space between this field and the one above it for more visual clarity. Since the field is private, I'll add a showInInspector attribute so that it appears in the inspector. I can then add a value dropdown attribute that will allow me to select the value of the current music clip from the list of the music clips. All I have to do is add the name of the list that contains the music clips, and Odin creates a drop-down menu for me. This is a huge time saver. No more digging through the scene or project files, you're just selecting from a predefined list. To continue adding functionality, I can add an inline button attribute that calls a play music function. This allows you, the developer, to
Where's this list coming
the
from?
values in the inspector from the list of the music
Takes it
clips.
from just
That will allow me to select the
whatever
value
is
of the
name
current
in
music
music
clip
list.
from the list of the music clips. All I have to do is add the name of the list that contains the music clips, and Odin creates a drop-down menu for me. This is a huge time
That's
saver.
pretty good,
No more
yeah.
digging through the scene or project files, you're just selecting from a predefined list. To continue adding functionality, I can add an inline button attribute that calls a play music function. This allows you, the developer, to quickly play any clip in the music list and ensure that you have the right clip selected in your game manager. It is important to note that if the function has an input type, the field type of the inline button must match that type. To show off a little bit more of what Odin can do, it is important to note that if the function has an input type, the field type of the inline button to quickly or predefined list. To continue adding functionality, I can add an inline button attribute that calls a play music function. This allows you, the developer, to quickly play any clip in the music list and ensure that you have the right clip selected in your game manager. It is important to note that if the function has an input type, the field type of the inline button must match that type. To show off a little bit more of what Odin can do, you can achieve a similar result by adding the inline editor attribute with the argument inlineEditorModes.smallPreview. If you have Unity set to autoplay selected clips, then when you expand the inline editor, the clip will play, and when you collapse it, the clip will stop playing. Pretty handy, pretty compact, and a nice way to test that you've got the right audio in your game manager.
That is pretty sick.
To add similar functionality to the sound effects clips, I'm going to add an inline button that calls the function playSoundEffect, and give the button a label of test by adding a second string argument to the attribute. This allows quick testing of each sound effect in the inspector. The last remaining fields are the enemy prefab, which is a generic enemy object that will have data injected into it, enemy data, which is a list that contains scriptable objects for each type of enemy, and spawn points, which is a list of the spawn points in the current scene. Now, as a side note, the enemy data scriptable object will be the topic of a future video, so make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss it. Now, I want to group these last three fields into tabs, but in this case, I want to form a second group of tabs. This can be done by adding a group name before the tab name within the tab group attribute, like so. Then, on the enemy data field, I'll add the attribute inlineEditor with the argument inlineEditorModes.GUI only, which will show a collapsible editor for the enemy data, which allows easy modification of the data from within the game manager. Since the enemy data is a scriptable object and the enemy prefab is also a project asset, I'll add the attribute AssetsOnly to doubly ensure that only project assets are added to those fields. For the spawn points, I'll add SceneObjectsOnly, as all the spawn points will need to be in the current scene. Now, neither of these last two attributes will directly change the look of the inspector, but they can be useful all the same, especially if you come back to your code after weeks or months of development on some other part of your game. The last thing I want to add to the game manager is an enemy spawn button, and in this case, I'll be adding a button to a function. I personally find adding buttons to functions to be a great debugging tool that speeds up my development. So in this case, above the spawn random enemy function, I'll add the button attribute, and in this case, I'll add a button size argument to create a medium-sized button. I'll then add a tab group attribute so that this button is grouped with the enemy data. And finally, just for fun, I'll add the GUI color attribute, which can be added to any field to give the button a little more flair. So there you go. A few attributes have made a dramatic change to the Game Manager Inspector. The choices are of course a matter of personal preference, but I think the end result is easier to read and far easier to use. If you have any questions, comments, or ideas for future tutorials, we'd love to hear from you in the comments below or on the DevDog Discord server.
Okay, I guess we can get in. Yeah, sometimes you know there's external libraries where you're like, yeah, this one it's worth it to learn it. But yeah, I don't know, like everything I've seen so far from this is like, why isn't this how Unity works by default? All right, so let's make sure we have a save point here. So what did I do today? Did more synchronization of of the modules, I guess. I changed we changed how module stats are calculated. Um, got a bunch of stuff for the validator. Yeah, I should have put it. Is it? It just makes me love that Visual Studio is opening Visual Studio Code for this. Well, technically it's not, but it's PowerShell that's opening it. Yeah. Added Odin Inspector trial. Right. All right, let's get started then. Odin attributes overview, static inspector. If you're a programmer, then you're likely going to find the static inspector helpful. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that we can find in tools, Odin Inspector. Get some drawers. Yep. Can take complete control over Odin, finds over how Odin has members to display and which attributes to put on those members. So that's a sample project. Okay. I think what I want is this first. No, I don't want examples. I just want. Let's see. Okay, so already this changed, but well, I'm gonna recreate this thing. Oh, it's paginated. We have 27 items. What the fuck? Something is wrong here. Let's ship asset here. Something's very wrong in this, and it's probably, yep. Doing this in a forage. Definitely not be doing this in a forage. Where's this grayed out here? Weird. I guess we're gonna have to recreate it again. Okay. Actually, never mind. Cause we should also have one for each of these. So what I'm gonna do is just do this. And I'm gonna do start that. Yo. So that new start. So don't try because don't try but none and name is stat name obviously. Dumb fuck AI, I can't figure this out. And we'll just initialize everything to 0. And there we go. Okay, so boom. So now we have a giant list of all the stats, so it's ugly as fuck. So what we are going to want to do first, I think, is just create a drawer for this. And so if I do using Syrinix in inspector, how am I gonna tell it to put this side by side though? I mean now with their asset, I could actually use a dictionary directly instead of having this bullshit. So using attributes, simple attributes. Mhm. Does that come from Odin or? Okay. So we could put a hide label. Probably need to do that already. But I want to have them together, so maybe a group. Tab group, box group, maybe. I think box group's gonna work. Or horizontal group. Your internet crashed. And if you're able to send that message, then it didn't. Okay, so that and if I do a horizontal group here, okay, so everything is optional. What happens if I do this? um, everything blow up now. Does this need a name? Oh, wait, where's everything gone now? Fuck. Oh, it didn't reselect it as well. Okay, so I think That's pretty nice already. I'm just gonna throw a hide label on this. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to call this or not. We'll try one with and one without. I don't think we need to call it. Yeah. And probably just do this instead. No, I can't do this. Is it because it's twice on it? Okay. So that is better. Now on the ship asset, I'm gonna want the top group. No. Was in a list though. What is this? I thought it would be already useful to just do this. Mm, yeah, that like this, which is a bit of a pain. Mm. Um, Can I make the list work like that though? It's gonna be a bit more complicated actually. I guess we'll have to split stuff into different collections then. It's also great. The fuck is my phone making weird noises? Interesting, you can do this. It's good. Guess it would require a bit more work to make it work how I want. Mm. Mm. Can use property. Hmm. Oh wait. Yeah, but the thing is, I want to split a single list into different stuff visually. So I guess it's gonna be kind of a pain.
An organized and tidy inspector is more than just a luxury. It helps the user understand the function of the component, and it can also speed up the development when using a particular chunk of code. Odin's grouping attributes
you
are a
can
great
group
help in
stuff
organizing
in
your
this,
inspectors and are much easier to use and maintain than a custom inspector script. If you open up the Attributes Overview window and search for Group, you'll see several results for different group attributes, including tab groups, button groups, vertical groups, box groups, and horizontal groups. In general, using an Odin group attribute requires you to simply give a name to the group and then use that attribute on all the fields you want to group together. But the question of how to use groups together to make nested or composite groups has come up in a few places, and we want to try to answer those questions in this video. Now, it's common to want to create two columns in your inspector, but there's no column attribute in the Odin inspector. So to create those columns, we need to split a horizontal group into two vertical groups. Those vertical groups are themselves members of the parent horizontal group. And to do this, we need to first create a horizontal group attribute and give it the name base. There aren't going to be any fields in this group, which can look a bit unusual as the attribute appears to just be floating. Nonetheless, it works just fine. The next step is to add a vertical group attribute and give it the name base/column1. The part before the / tells Odin that it is a member or a child of the group base, while the part after the / tells Odin that it is also part of the column1 group. We'll copy this attribute to another field to add a second element to the first column. To create the second column, we'll add a vertical group attribute and give it the name base/column2. And just like before, this tells Odin that it is part of the base group and also part of the column2 group. With that done, we can let Unity compile and we can see the results in the inspector. The horizontal group is wrapping both of the vertical groups, and each of the vertical groups are children of the horizontal group. Now, while this is working, we can make better use of the space in the inspector. So if we go back to the code, we can set the label width in the horizontal group to 80, like so. And then with one more compile, we can see that our columns are looking pretty good. Okay, we've got the columns working, but maybe you want to make the group on the right a box group, and that's no problem. Composite groups work with box groups as well. We simply change the attribute from vertical group to box group, let Unity compile, and it works perfectly. Tab groups can also be used in composite groups. The tab group attribute can work with just one parameter, which gives the tab a title or a name. But if a second string parameter is added, then the first string will be the name of the group, like so. This doesn't change anything in the inspector, but if we add base with a / to the group name, Odin will add the tab group to the horizontal group, with the results looking something like this. You can also add subgroups to an individual tab. For example, we could add a box group to a tab. Now, this can be a bit confusing at first, as the tab group effectively already has two layers or two group names. So to do this, we need both the group name and the tab name, plus a name for the box group, all inside the box group attribute. The tab group name goes first, then / followed by the tab's name, and finally a second / followed by the name of the new box group. Once again, letting Unity compile, we can see the results in the inspector. Okay, so we've got columns and tab groups figured out, but let's take a look at something a little bit more complicated. And before jumping into the code, let's take some time and break down the groups in the inspector. There's a base horizontal group wrapping all of the fields. That horizontal group is then split into two vertical groups, where the left vertical group contains the enemy name and a texture field. On the right, the vertical group contains a description and another horizontal group. This second horizontal group is wrapping all of the stats fields, and inside that horizontal group are two more vertical groups that each contain two stats
Yeah,
fields,
that's all
handful
great,
of
but how
non-grouping
the fuck do I
attributes
do
used.
this
But we can
dynamically?
also see how and where all the groups are defined. GitHub groups and how. And if you
Let's see if I can find something. Hmm. Um, should GPT know how to do this? Yeah, I was using treelist and uh ah, wait a minute. Yes, I do want a better solution than this. Using a dictionary instead. Hmm. Hmm. I'm not sure I like this. Okay, but yeah, seems like there's no built-in way to do this. Still curious if I can do this with this stuff here. Wait. Yeah, but the problem is that I don't really have access to the members. Yeah. Nah. Well, it's gonna be a pain in the ass, so um yeah. It's been 4 hours, 40 minutes. Yep, that's gonna be it for today. Mm, yeah, like this solution with the dictionary is probably good, but yeah. I'm getting lazy to implement this now, so we'll do that tomorrow and we'll keep on we'll keep on setting this up, and I guess tomorrow we're gonna, well, first verify that we are synchronizing properly with the ship manager. And then we're gonna have to make the whole logic so that we can install modules. And that can make the UI work with um, Mm. with this thing instead of getting stuff from here. It's gonna be mostly the same thing. The UI should not change that much actually. It's going to, since it's using the ship assets, it should be the same actually. But the installation of the module is probably going to be different. Mm. And it should actually work out, but I need to pass. Well, I need to make sure this entity is created here. I guess this slot is its parent. But other than that, it should be working. And that means we are going to be able to have utility modules as well. And so we can try to do a test with the corrosive module and see if we can add basically the acid damage modification. Alright, but we'll do all this tomorrow. Guess we're gonna find someone to raid. Where's my... Okay. See who is around.
Vidéo, nos chanteurs métal font énormément de doublage et énormément de doublage de jeux zombies. J'avais envie de vous parler de ça aussi parce qu'il y a
faire du scream.
Il y a notamment la Monster Factory.
The Hellfest stream. The Hellfest is starting. We're starting today. Actually, it's already started. It's in the city that is very close to me. And metal fans have been coming from everywhere to participate. have many friends are going as well. Right, I don't know who to read. I've read Cakes already 2 times this week, and I don't know anyone else. Exploring Salesforce data cloud. I'll send you to that. Alright, I don't want to spend 3 hours figuring this out. So, yeah, so I closed it like I did. Well done on Elder Scrolls. What? What do I do with Elder Scrolls? So who is on follow?
Fruits, mais il y a aussi une gamme spéciale.
And Cakes went away as well. Well, oh, there's Kuviman actually. Oh, why am I not following him? Alright, so I'll send you over to Kuviman then. He is making a puzzle game with Rust, which is pretty cool. He has a lot of crabs. Alright, here we go.
No, I think the state is okay. The definition,